the second time out is going to be halfway for pit car now. The pit car needs to be up on the rear on grid B, pit car to grid B. 206, get your sportsman. You need to be up on 3 grid, on grid A, up on deck 47 up on grid B. Kart novice is now taking to the track. Pit Kart novice. Kart are now taking to the track. Pit Kart are taking to the track. It's going to be 206 junior sportsman up on grid A. 206 junior sportsman grid A. Motorcycle novice be up on grid B. Motorcycle novice to grid B on free grid. And up on deck is going to be micro mini on grid A. reinforce the green flag is out on the turn one side by side. There's competition in the center. So looks like it's inside there, making way up the hill. Now making way towards the outside here. Racing reverse. There's still multiple passing opportunities, including the outside here. It looks like there's no takers. As they get somewhere, set sail early, opening up a 4, count that 5 cars a minute, just make your way through Daytona. Over to the crossover, Edward starting to get some space out currently. A little bit of hustle tussle going in that mid-pack battle right now. Here's past on the inside, I believe that may be from Titus Roberts from Mountain Station.
AJ Stoner lies in the 3rd position just behind Titus Roberts for P2. So currently right now is an Evo out in front, followed by a new Gen in P2, and another Evo running in the 3rd position. But right now, AJ Stoner's all over the back bumper. Titus Roberts look for a pop out here. He's looking on the inside, gonna clear him, making his way into that final couple of corners now. AJ Stoner up into P2. 2 laps to go at the line, but your leader continues to be Thomas Anthony, now holding a 3.1 second advantage over the rest of the field. 4-cycle novice is up next. 4-cycle novice needs to be up on grid B. After that, it's going to go to micro emitting on pre-grid on grid A, and then the first group of 206 junior will be up on grid B. White flag is shown this time by for your leader of 206 junior sportsman of Thomas Anthony, making the way across the line into turn number 1 for the final time. AJ Stoner closing up that gap, now down to 2.8. It was at a 3.1, was able to make up 2/10. He unfortunately is not going to have enough to get it done in the pre-final, but come time for the feature, he'll be starting right next to Thomas Anthony on that front row. He can just hold where he's at for the next roughly 3 to 4 corners as they make their way out of Daytona through the crossover. We're going to follow your leader in for this final lap, coming in, half lap I should say, into the final corner. That big old hairpin slowing it down to the oval for the final time. Coming across the stripe, Thomas Anthony is going to take the win here for the pre-final for your 206 junior sportsman. AJ Stoner able to close up 4/10 that lap, goes to a 2.1 second disadvantage to him, but he will sit in P2. Titus Roberts comes across P number 3. Ryan Mort rounds out the 4th position with Kason Hendrickson rounding out your top 5. Leland Anderson will start in the 6th position this afternoon next to Mason Gallion in P7. Caleb Johnson will start in P number 8 next to Thomas Dillon in P9. Joseph Vignette starts in P10 with Jordan Lamphin in P11. And Elam Stoner is going to round out the field in the 12th spot this afternoon for your 206 Junior Sportsman. That wraps it up for heat race number 3. Moving on to the 4th 104 cycle novice. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned as we have more racing coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Green flag is out, and it's been out for your 4-cycle novice. We are currently 4 laps to go with Christopher Moore Jr. being the only car to run right now for your 4-cycle novice class. So he is going to take the win here this afternoon, but he is going to turn some laps. Again, this is the novice class. It's all about learning and get a feeling for karting, figuring out your racecraft, and right now this is a good practice session for Christopher Moore Jr. running out on track right now. After 4-cycle novice, we're going to go to our micros and minis. You need to be up on grid A. On pre-grid, it needs to be 206 Junior, group number 1. Up on deck on grid A is going to be your 206 Junior, group number 2. You'll be up on pre-grid on grid B. Green flag is out for your micros and your minis. Right now it is Kason Hendrickson leading the way for the first group out on track, which is going to be your micros, followed by Asher Ferris and Austin Taylor are the top three running in your micros. For your minis, it is going to be Sam Wetzays running out in front for your minis, followed by Leland Anderson and Caleb Johnson are now 1, 2, 3 for your mini Swifts. We got 2 races for the price of 1. Your micro and your minis are on track for their heat race. Again, this is going to be 6 laps in total. We now count that down to 4 as there are 2 laps in the book so far. Sorry, 1 lap in the book, and there's actually 8 laps in total. So we're 7 laps to go. Mathematics is not my strong suit as they continue on right now. 7 laps to go, 6 to go next time by. 206 Junior Group number 1 needs to be up on grid B. 206 Junior Group number 1 to grid B. On pre-grid is going to be 206 Junior Group number 2. You're going to be up on grid A. 206 Senior Group number 1 of 3 will be up on deck on grid A. Halfway this time by for the heat race for your minis and micros, and it continues to be Kason Hendrickson out front for your micro Swift, followed by Asher Ferris, who's got equal space between themselves, and Austin Taylor running a P3. Caleb Johnson currently running out in front for your minis, followed by Leland Anderson. That is 1 and 2 respectively, followed by Sam Wathays running in the 3rd spot as they make their way now into the start-finish straight. Halfway now for both groups in total, your micros and your minis, as they've gotten themselves all sorts of spaced out. This is going to be a very straightforward race, and I have a feeling this is going to be the same way that they're going to line up this afternoon for your features this afternoon, with Kason Hendrickson leading the way for your micros, Caleb Johnson leading the way for your mini Swift. Green flag is out for 206 Junior Sport, or 206 Junior. We're already going back and forth with the top two. That is A.J. Ludd and Charlie Steins. Already going nose to tail. 2 passes for the lead, now almost 3. Steins had to look to the inside line, thought by the rev it. He is going to stay in the toe of A.J. Ludd, but now he's looking on the inside, backing out of it, going straight to the back bumper. Steins is now going to push Ludd over through the crossover, coming up on the second and final corner. Look on the inside here, pass from Steins, can't get it done. He continues to follow. Meanwhile, third placeman of Braden Rudder is watching 2 battling happening out in front. He wants to get on the action. He is roughly down by about a car length and a half to Charlie Steins. We got 2 together on the front straightaway. Looks to be the, I believe that is the 009 along with Kart number 8. 009, that's going to be Brandon Cathell along with Lucian Laser. Both involved in the incident in the final corner. So we're going to see if they can't possibly catch back up and get a pass or 2. But right now, being down by half a car length, or half a track, I should say, not the best situation they want to be in. As we continue to watch the 2 leaders going out in front. A.J. Ludd followed by Steins, making the way through the final corner now. Through the quick little switchback, coming back into turn number 1. It is all A.J. Ludd out in front of Charlie Steins at P2. Slowly but surely trying to make his way back up is Braden Rudder running in the 3rd position. This next time by, it's going to be 5 laps to go, one more until halfway. As we're going to watch now, see if there's any updates on the top 2. Ken Steins, the man who has been out in front and dominating all season long, now has competition from A.J. Ludd, but Steins gets a good run out of 2. Enough to get it done in the final corner? No. He's going to continue to follow. We're going to keep you guys updated on the events that are happening on that one. On grid now should be 206 Junior, group number 2. You need to be up on grid A. 206 Senior, group number 1 of 3. You're going to be up on grid B. Again, 206 Senior, group 1 of 3. You'll be up on grid B. Two to go this time by as we continue to watch this back and forth battle between A.J. Ludd and Charlie Steins. They went side by side through the oval. Here comes now A.J. Ludd defends on the inside. Steins has to try a crossover. He can't get it done. Follows over through the switchback. Coming up, 2 laps to go, presented by our flagman of Adam Burrows. He's got 2 sticks up in the air. This is going to be a good show. 1 mile to determine who's going to start in pole position and who is going to start in the the 3rd place, I should say. Because how you determine your starting spot is going to determine which row you are on, seeing as we have 2 heat races for your 206 Juniors. Through Daytona for the final time, Steins has got the toe to his advantage. Can he make a move? Coming up in this final corner, look for Ludd to defend. He doesn't. Here comes Steins trying it. He had to get his foot out. Steins, not enough to get it done. White flag, going to be shown this time by. Let's see if Steins can rekindle his thoughts and try it again. Down the hill through the first 2 corners, into the inside hairpin for the final time. Up the hill they go. Ludd holding on to about a 4 or 5 car length advantage. Steins pulls him on the straightaways as they make their way to the south side hairpin. Out of the south side hairpin, into the toe of Steins. He's fading just a little bit, but he's going to have one good run coming out of the sweeper, the second to last corner. Through the crossover, into the second to last corner. Steins has a run. Ludd defends the inside. Steins is out to force high. Can't get the crossover done. A.J. Ludd is going to start on pole position this afternoon for your 206 Junior class. Up next is going to be group number 2 of 206 Junior. That is going to push your 206 Senior group number 1 of 3 onto grid. Group number 2 will be up on pre-grid, and Group 3 will be up on deck. After that, we're going to go to your Yamahas and KAs, followed by your 206 Masters before we start our feature races this afternoon at Whiteland Raceway Park, and it'll all be coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Green flag is out for heat race number 2 of your 206 junior, group number 2, I should say, for their heat race to make the way across the line. Looked like Riley Baldwin had to yield one spot. He is going to stay tucked in behind of Dane Van Dyke, who is now out in front, but he's holding up about a 1 to count that 3 kart length advantage over Riley Baldwin, who is now in the second spot. But those two together are pulled away from the rest of the field, opening up a decent-sized lead, roughly 3 or 4 car lengths is what it was into the south side hairpin, but now Riley Baldwin's in an island of his own right now. He has lost sight of your leader of Dane Van Dyke, and now he's holding on to about a 4, count that 5 car length advantage over the second pack, as here comes Micah Garrett on the inside to make a move on Lane Gibbs, moves himself up 1 more spot to the 3rd position. As they make their way across the stripe, lap number 1, Baldwin is going to possibly have his hands full here in a couple laps, as Micah Garrett now trying to see if he can't get his way into the top 2 steps. Baldwin trying to see if he can't rekindle what he lost in the south side hairpin and catch back up to Dane Van Dyke, who continues to lead heading into the Daytona corner with roughly 6 laps to go this time by. Again, this is your 206 junior, group number 2. Up next is going to be a 206 senior, group number 1 of 3. So that means group 1 is going to be up on grid, group 2 is going to be up on pre-grid, and group 3 is going to be up on deck. Halfway this time by for your leader of Dane Van Dyke, who was out in front of Riley Baldwin in P2. He has held on to where he's fallen back to, making up just a little bit of time. Your third placeman, though, of Micah Garrett, trying to have a breakout event this year and see if he can't possibly put his name up into the top 3 positions comes time for the feature, finds himself in third. He holds on to a decent-sized lead over Lane Gibbs, who has got his mirrors full of Kyler Peebles, followed by Ethan Williams. So that is your top 6. 7th goes to Malcolm Hallowell, and P8 is going to be Mason Gregory. That is your top 8. They're out on track, but we continue to watch the top 2. Pulling away from the field of Dane Van Dyke and Riley Baldwin, running 1 and 2. They are 1 lap past halfway. It is 3 laps to go this time. Look for double sticks up in the air of 2 laps to go for your leader of Dane Van Dyke, followed by Riley Baldwin running in P number 2. Two laps to go this time by Dane Van Dyke, holding on to a decent-sized lead over second placement of Riley Baldwin. Right behind Riley, he's got a roughly 3.5-second lead to the third placement of Micah Garrett. Garrett holding on to a decent-sized lead. He's got about 2 seconds between himself and Lane Gibbs running in 4. So top 2 making the way through Daytona. Again, that's a hefty 1.5-second lead between Van Dyke and Baldwin running in the 2nd spot. Through the final corner for the second and last time. Coming out of the oval, white flag in the air, 1 lap to go for your leader of Dane Van Dyke. Baldwin coming across the stripe right behind him to get the white flag, 1 more for him to go as well. But I don't think there's going to be any more passes for the top 3. They are all pretty spaced out. This is going to be a straightforward finish, so I think this is going to be the top 3 we're going to see this afternoon. Up next, we got the big boys. 206 Senior are going to be making the way on track next. 1 of 3 heat races still yet to come here shortly. And that's all going to happen after we watch this young man right here, Dane Van Dyke, make his way through the final corner. Now he makes his way into the oval. Quick little switch back of the right-hander. Dane Van Dyke is going to be your winner for heat race number 2 of 206 Junior. Baldwin comes across in P2. Micah Garrett seals the deal to come across in 3rd. And then we got a nice 3-pack coming across the stripe here. That's Lane Gibbs, Kyler Peebles, Ethan Williams, followed by Malcolm Hollowell, who is going to be the top 7 starting in the feature this afternoon for 206 Junior. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We got your 206 Senior, 3 heats in total, coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. We're about to get going here with your 206 senior group 1 of 3. The way how this is going to work, top 5 are locked into the show this afternoon. Everyone outside the top 5 has to go to an LCQ. They'll be ran during our feature events. So let's see. The bubble spot currently right now is going to go to Spencer Schmidt. He is in the bubble spot in the 5th position in that WPK MPG chassis. So let's see if he can maintain that bubble spot. The one just outside of it is going to be Mason Green in the 6th position, is going to be the one trying to see if he can't find his way inside the top 5 as make their way down into turn number 1. It looks like they're going to go side by side, fanning them way through. And let's see, they're still going to go side by side. Jared Howerton almost cutting the nose off of your 3rd placeman of Matt Geist, moved up one more spot. He is now into the top 3, and there's a little bit of separation. Your leader now is going to be Brayton Johnson, followed by Maxwell, and looks to be, I think he's a little bit farther back on track, with Howerton now into 2nd, Geist in 3rd, so that's your top 3 pulling away. 4th place, I believe, is going to be Spencer Schmidt, and P5 is going to go to, I believe that is Tyler Kearns, running into the 5th position. They're still going to go side by side all the way through. Let's see, the first lap is now officially in the books. It is Maxwell out in front, Johnson P2, Howerton in 3rd, Geist P3, Geist P4, Spencer Schmidt in the bubble spot, Mason Green in P5, but now Green facing the wrong way, loses track of the leaders. He is going to fall back through the field. That is going to allow Dylan Howerton to move up one more position. He is not going to try to fight his way inside, but I say that he has now stopped in the oval. Dylan Howerton is out. He has to go to the LCQ. So that is Brayton Johnson running out in front. P2 is Jared Howerton with 3rd place of Matt Geist. P4 goes to Spencer Schmidt. P5, the last one inside the transfer, is Tyler Kearns. Adam Maxwell in the 6th position is trying to possibly run down the 2 out in front to see if he can't maybe get his way into the show, but right now he is struggling. Kearns is all over the back bumper of Spencer Schmidt, trying to see if he can't move up one more spot, make himself just that much safer inside the show. But right now he is staying right behind with halfway this time by. Adam Maxwell makes a pass, puts it into the show as Spencer Schmidt went all the way out to the barrier, kissed it just a little bit with the left rear, now finds himself outside the transfer in the 6th position. So it's still Johnson, Howerton 1 and 2, Geist P3, Kearns P4. Schmidt now finds himself in P6 with Maxwell into P5. He is locked in the show, but now Maxwell is all over the back bumper of Kearns, trying to see if he can't make his way to the top 4. Tries on the pass to the inside, almost gets 2 wheels up on the curbing, and now he's going to have to yield ever so slightly. Kearns is going to hold on to that 4th position. 2 laps to go this time by. It's going to be a white flag next time. That is Johnson out in front of Howerton running at P2. They got a little bit of breathing room before they get to Matt Geist running in the 3rd position. He's watching his 2 out in front just go back and forth. I think Geist is going to play the conservative route here and wait until the feature before he shows his hand. He knows he's comfortably in the show, and I think he's just going to sit back here for the next 2 laps. Looks like to the defensive line goes Brayton Johnson, trying to see if he can't hold off Howerton. Running in the 2nd spot. White flag is out this time as they make their way out of turn number 1, heading down the hill into turn 2. It is Johnson followed by Howerton. Geist in P3 right behind them. Looks like Maxwell was able to get around Kearns to go up into 4th. Now that's going to bump Kearns back into the 5th spot. Spencer Schmidt is not close enough to make a move. He is trailing by about 4, count that 5 kart lengths. And now we're about to have the checker flag here shortly. Let's see which one's going to get it. Is it going to be Johnson or is it going to be Howerton coming down to the stripe? It looks like it's going to be comfortably Johnson as they make the way through the final corner. Braden Johnson is going to lock it in that one here for the first race of of 3. Howerton comes across in P3. That is going to be Geist in P4, Maxwell P5, and Tyler Kearns is going to round out the transfer spots in the 5th position. So that means Spencer Schmidt, Mason Green, Alex Jones, and Dylan Howerton all have to go to the LCQ and try to punch their ticket, I should say, into the show coming up here shortly. That was heat race number 103, so stay tuned. We still have 2 more yet to come here live on WRP Racing Network. Alrighty, about to go green here shortly with your 206 senior group number 2. Your starting order is going to be Levi Wilbur up on pole position. Troy Toney is going to start in P number 2 next to Caden Taylor in the 3rd spot. Eli Fox starts at P number 4 next to Braden Mayfield in the 5th position. Gavin Thornton is going to start in P6 next to Josh Paccioni. Emerson Harrington is going to start in P8 next to Eric Capes. And Brady Sapperfield is going to round out the field in the 10th spot. 8 laps is going to be the distance. Again, top 5 locking into the show. Bottom 5 go to the LCQ. It's going to get ran here before the feature. Looks like we are not going to go green. We're going to send it one more time around. When we come back, we're going to have live green flag racing here with your 206 senior, group number 2 of 3 this afternoon at WRP. Green flag is out for 206 senior heat number 2 of 3 as we are watching our leader of Levi Wilbur out in front. P2 and closing up to him closely is Troy Tony, followed by, and it looks like now into P3 goes Eli Fox, who was able to get around Caden Taylor. Taylor now is going to be under attack from Braden Mayfield running in that Bi-Rail Kart, who is just behind him. So we're going to watch that battle happen out. That is your top 5 comfortably in it. For 6, it looks like Braden Sapfield did a 2-for-1 in the oval, sent it 3 wide. He is now going to move himself up into the 6th position and see if he can't possibly run down. That's actually Gavin Thornton in the Bi-Rail Art Kart. He is now in the transfer spot comfortably, but he's going to have to hold on just a little bit longer. Braden Sapfield is closing. Meanwhile, Gavin Thornton trying to see if he can't possibly get a nose in on Caden Taylor, who is running in the 4th position overall. The top 3 are still Wilbur, Tony, and Fox, nose to tail. Taylor and Thornton, followed by Sappenfield. Sappenfield is not in the show right now, as it looks like Gavin Thornton slowing around the outside line. I think something may have happened into the the south side hairpin, as he is now struggling for momentum. He lost 1 spot to Josh Pacciuni, so he is now outside the transfer. Braden Sappenfield is in, but now he's got his eyes set on Caden Taylor. Let's see if he can't possibly run him down and put 1 more car between him to build up just a little bit more of a cushion to make it into the show here this afternoon. Braden Sapfield was able to get around Caden Taylor. He now moves himself up into 4th. Taylor falls back into P number 5. He is now the gatekeeper of who's going to be locked into the show and who's going to get sent home early. But he's got a little bit of breathing room. Josh Pacciuni is the next one to him in the 6th position. He is struggling by about 2.4 seconds down on Caden Taylor. Taylor now trying to see if he can't run back down. Brady Sapfield, who's now comfortably up into 4th. Meanwhile, the top 3 continue to be Levi Wilbur, Eli Fox, and Troy Tony. 1, 2, 3. Sapfield 4, Caden Taylor. Last one, the transfer P5. Josh Pacciuni just outside in P6. Gavin Thornton 7th. Braden Mayfield in P8. Emerson Harrington 9th. And Eric Capes running in the 10th position. That was your halfway rundown as we are cross flags this time by 4 more laps to go. Two to go this time by Levi Wilbur out in front, followed by Eli Fox, able to get around Troy Tony, running in the 3rd position. Brady Sappenfield comfortably up into P4. He's put a little bit of gap between himself and Caden Taylor, who is now the last one to transfer into the show. If he can hold on just a little bit longer in P5. Josh Pacciuni has got some company because Gavin Thornton's all over his back bumper, running in the 6th position. 7th position. That is 6th and 7th, battling it out. They are not in the transfer, but should something happen to the top 5, they'll be the first ones to go in. White flag is out for your leader of Levi Wilbur. Fox continues to run P2. Tony, P number 3. Sappenfield slowly closing up to the field, but he is locked into the 4th position with Caden Taylor, the last one of the gatekeeper to lock it into the show in P number 5. We're going to watch your leader as they make their way through the Daytona corner, coming over through the crossover for the final time, heading out of the sweeper, down to the tight hairpin, the last major passing opportunity, dropping down into the oval, through the crossover the final time. Levi Wilbur will take the win here this afternoon in the heat race. Eli Fox comes across P2. P3 to Troy Tony. Brady Sappenfield makes up 6 positions to go to P4, and Caden Taylor is the last one to punch his ticket into the show, finishing in P5. Josh Pacciuni, Gavin Thornton, Braden Mayfield, Emerson Harrington, and Eric Capes all have to go to the LCQ and try to battle it out and make it into the show here this afternoon. So that was heat race number 2 of 3 for your 206 senior. Heat race number 3 going to coming to you live here shortly once we get underway. Since there's only one group left of 206 senior, Yamahas and KAs will be up on grid. 206 master will be up on pre-grid, and then the collegiate GP will be up on deck. All right, here we go. The final group for your 206 senior. It's going to be led by Evan McCorkadale, followed by Adam Dietz in P2. BJ Shaw is going to be in the 3rd position next to Eric Spilling in P4. Desi Pedregon is going to start in the 5th position next to Matthew Burpo. Lucas Thornton starts in P7. He's going to start next to the Cotton Schotter in P number 8. P9 is going to go to Chris Marchino. Let's watch him as they come down the line. Green flag is out. Good jump there from the inside line. Evan McCorkadale going to go to an easy lead. It looks like BJ Shaw is going to put his elbows out. He goes up to 2nd. Adam Dietz falls back to third, and now here comes Pedregon in P4, trying to see if he can't muscle his way around Dietzy now as they make their way to the inside hairpin. Looks like they're all going to go single file, but how much longer? Looks like Dietzy got a good run. Let's see if he can get back by Shaw. Coming to the south side hairpin, he's got about a half a car length in, making the way through. They're side by side, and it looks like it is going to be Dietzy in front of Shaw, but here comes Pedregon getting a little bit of help. That is your top 5, being led currently by McCorkadale, who's got a decent lead right now. Dietzy running in P2 currently, BJ Shaw 3, Pedregon 4, P5 is going to go to Eric Spilling. So as your top 5 locked in, just outside looking in is Matthew Burpo, trying to see if he can't punch his ticket into the show. He's down by about a half a car length on the gatekeeper of the top 5 of Eric Spilling. The rest of the field is trailing from behind there. That's Lucas Thornton, Chris Marchino, and DeCotton Schotter is rounding out the rest of the 4, not into the show right now. So top 5 are all spaced out. That is being led by McCorkadale still, as the battle for 5th now starting to heat up. 4th and 5th of Spilling along with Pedregon. Spilling had to look on the inside in that final hairpin. Didn't have quite enough to get it done, but this back and forth battling is allowing one of the veterans, of Matthew Burpo, to slowly close his way back up to the 2, battling it out for the 5th position. Let's see if Burpo might be able to punch his ticket into the show this afternoon. Halfway this time by, McCorkadale continues to run out in front, but here comes Adam Dietz in second. He is slowly edging his way back up to the leader. Look for him to try to see if he can't punch his ticket into the top 3 for the feature this afternoon. Meanwhile, the battle for 5th is kind of cooled back down. It's BJ Shaw who settled into 3rd, Pedregon into P4. Spilling is currently the gatekeeper in the 5th spot. Burpo has fallen off just a little bit in 6th, not close enough to make a move, with Thornton in 7th. That is Schotter running in P8, Marchino in the 9th spot. It is 3 to go now. Look for 2 sticks up in the air, 2 laps to go. Next time by for your leader of McCorkadale is Adam Dietz, barking at the back door, trying to see if he can't edge his way to start on somewhere on the side of the top 3 once we get the final results in for the 3 groups that ran for 206 Senior. White flag this time by for your leader of McCorkadale, and I don't think Adam Dietz is going to have enough to catch him by the end. He has closed up, but he needs just a little bit more here in the final lap unless he can make something happen. He gets a good run out of the inside hairpin. He's going to pull a little bit on Evan McCorkadale heading up at the south side hairpin, using the draft to his advantage coming out of the south side hairpin. Not as good of a run as he needed. He's in the toe, but I don't think he's going to have enough to set him up for a pass in the final corner. Making the way through the crossover for the final time. Coming down to that final hairpin of the best passing opportunity. Not enough from Dietz. It is going to be Evan McCorkadale going to win this group number 3 pre-final. Adam Dietz comes across into P number 2. Third placement coming across the line now is going to be BJ Shaw. Is going to go into P number 3. Desi Pedregon is going to punch his stick in the show into P4. And the last one into the main event is Eric Spilling. Lucas Thornton, Dakota Schotter, Matthew Burpo, and Chris Marchino all have to go to the LCQ and see if they can't try to fight their way inside the show to make up those 10 positions to make it a 20-cart field this afternoon. That was all of your 206 pre-final events. Up next is going to be your Yamahas and KAs are about to go on track, which means 206 Master needs to be up on grid, and then Collegiate GP will be up on pre-grid. Alrighty, this is going to be a 3-for-1 if I'm not mistaken. You got your Yamaha juniors, got your KA junior, got your Yamaha senior, you got your KA senior. So that's going to be 3 classes for the price of 1. First group out on track is going to be your KA 100 senior class as they make their way through. That is currently being led, if I'm not mistaken, trying to see if I can't find it out, by Corey Osborne is going to be first. Coming to the green, Daniel Piercy is going to go P2. Blake Finley is going to round out the 3 for your KA 100 senior class. After that, we're going to go to your K100 juniors. That's going to be Carson Sauter is the only card on track for your K100 junior. And for your Yamaha senior can, we got Bane Bennett III, Jacob Emerson, Joshua Nelson, Brenna Owens, and Braden Rudder, both running in the Yamaha junior can. So 4 races, I should say, for the price of 1, as they're going to go one more time around. We're going to watch Corey Osborne and Daniel Piercy. See if they can't lead into the green here and put on a good show for us, as they're going to have to go one more time by before getting into the green on the backstretch. Green flag is out for your KA 100 senior class. Looks like it's going to be Daniel Piercy able to get around Osborne as they make their way now across the start-finish straight for their 8-lap pre-final event. Here comes the rest of the cavalry making their way through. So we're going to sit and watch this one. I unfortunately do have to step outside the booth just for a quick moment. When we come back, we're going to have our feature events still yet to come. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere as you are watching live action here for the pre-finals and finals at WRP Racing Network.
Heading on track next will be your 206 Masters. 206 Masters on track next. Good luck to all those racers, followed by the Collegiate Grand Prix. Karts, you will be heading to pre-grid now, on the grid shortly when Masters take the track, and you will have your pre-final race here shortly. Green flag is out for your 206 Heavy Masters as Derek Hastings leads from Melvin Godsey into the first 2 corners, as this race will be 8 laps, followed by the Collegiate Grand Prix on track next. Collegiate Karts, if you are not on grid, please make your way there. This is a reminder to make sure you have your transponder on your kart, Collegiate Kart or any other kart in the field. Please make sure you have your transponder on your kart. Double flags are out, meaning 2 laps to go for the Briggs Masters Heavy. Still being led by Melvin Ghazi, ahead of Derek Hastings, followed by Brian Williams rounding out the podium positions. Hoping to start as high as they can for the final here. White flag is out, meaning Collegiate Karts, you need to be on grid, please. Collegiate Karts to the grid, you are on track next. After an exciting conclusion to the 206 Heavy Masters race where both drivers are thankfully okay, Derek Hastings will win by 94 thousandths of a second. This means that Collision Karts, we will have you on track in just a few moments. Collision Karts, please make sure you are on grid, about to head out on track. Attention to the spectators on the grandstands in the pit lane. There was a Hilton Honors hotel room key lost on the ground. If you are missing your hotel room key, please check your wallet. It is here in the tower for you. Again, a Hilton Honors room key was lost and it is in the tower to be reclaimed. On track now for their finals, the collegiate on track for their pre-final, which means we need to have Kid Kart Novice prepare to get on grid for your race at 2:45. Kid Kart Novice, you'll have your final race at 2:45, followed by Kid Kart 2 Grid B, which means Junior Sportsman, you are on pre-Grid A, followed by Senior B Main. Senior B Main, make sure you know who you are to pre-Grid Grid B.
Kid Kart novice, you need to be up on grid. You're about to go out on track here shortly in a little while here soon. Kid Kart novice, you need to be up on A grid. Kid Karts, you need to be up on B grid. You're going to be up on pre-grid. 206 junior sportsman, you're going to be up on deck on A grid. Alrighty, we're about to get things started here with our invocation, followed by the playing of our national anthem. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to race again here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Please stay with everyone as they're going to be competing here tonight. Please make sure that everyone can make it home safely and has a fun event. In your son's name we pray, amen. If everyone please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Green flag is out for your kid kart novice, which means kid karts. Kid karts need to be up on grid B. Kid karts, make your way up to grid B. And then 406 junior sportsmen, you're going to be up on deck on grid A. 4-cycle novice, you'll be up on, it's going to go kid kart novice, or kid karts. Kid karts, make your way up to grid B. Kid karts to grid B. 206 junior sportsmen, you're going to be up on pre-grid on grid A. 4-cycle novice, you're going to be up on deck on grid B. Kid karts are now making their way out on track for their final event of the afternoon. So we need 206 junior sportsmen. 206 junior sportsmen up on grid A. A little change of the schedule. We're going to have the 206 senior B main. 206 senior B main. You will go out after the 206 junior sportsmen. You're going to be up on grid B. So 206 junior sportsman needs to be up on grid B, or sorry, grid A on pre-grid. 206 senior B main is going to be up on pre-grid on grid B. 4-cycle novice is up on deck on grid A. 206 junior sportsmen. 206 junior sportsmen need to be up on grid A. 206 junior sportsmen to grid A. 206 senior B main is going to be up on pre-grid on grid B. 206 senior B main on grid B on pre-grid. 4-cycle novice is up on deck on grid A. All right, we're about to get going here shortly with our 206 junior sportsman. Thomas Anthony is going to be starting a pole position next to AJ Stoner. Titus Roberts in the third position will be on the inside of row number 2 next to Ryan Morton fourth. Casey Henderson is going to start in P5 next to Leland Anderson. Mason Gallion is going to start in P7 next to Caleb Johnson. Dylan Thomas will start in the 9th position, starting right next to Joseph Vignette. Jordan Lampin is going to start in P12 right next to Elam Stoner. We got them stacked up. It is going to be 6 rows deep, 12 carts in total, here to take the green flag on the backstretch in roughly about a quarter of a straightaway. So stay tuned. We're going to watch it green and crank it up as we go live on WRP Racing Network for one of the first or the third feature event that run this afternoon. Green flag is out down into turn 1. It looks like everyone makes it through relatively clean through turns number 2, their second last corner, I should say. Making the way through. They are now going to try to go single file. Here comes Caleb Johnson getting his elbows out, trying to take a spot away from, I believe, what is Ryan Mort, and he will do so. Now he's going to try to go for 2 for 1. Now he's going to send it on the inside, count that the outside, setting up for the south side hairpin. He's going to get around cleanly. That is now Caleb Johnson up a couple of positions. He was able to get around Leland Anderson, I believe, so slot him into the what looks to be 4th position as he now follows close on the back bumper of Titus Roberts for 3rd. Meanwhile, the top 2 of Thomas Anthony and AJ Stoner make their way out in the first and second spot this time across the line. It is 14 laps to go, as we still have a little bit more time for some racing here for your breaks. 206 Junior Sportsman. We continue to watch the top two of AJ Stoner able to get around Thomas Anthony as they make their way through Daytona Corner now. They're still going nose to tail. AJ Stoner leading the way with Anthony all over his back bumper coming out of the sweeper, heading down now into the final hairpin, hard onto the brakes. Out of the final couple of corners, coming down to the stripe yet again. AJ Stoner is now falling back into second. It is Thomas Anthony who is out in front, so our scoring system is not right on that one. It is Anthony out in front over Stoner, who is slotted close on the back bumper as make the way towards the south side hairpin. As the battle for third continues on, that's between Caleb Johnson and Titus Roberts. It looks like Roberts was able to pass back with Caleb Johnson as they're going to go nose to tail there for the third spot. Again, whoever's going to come out on top of that second battle is going to be the last one on the podium right behind those two. We get to Ryan Mort, who is the gatekeeper to the top five. He is watching the two battle out in front for the third and fourth position. As we continue to watch this feature event here for your Breaks 206 Junior Sportsman, it is still AJ Stoner in front of Thomas Anthony. Has now opened up 4-cart length advantage, making the way across the stripe, 8 laps to go. Meanwhile, there's a decent battle for third starting to heat up. That is being led by Caleb Johnson. Ryan Mort, the highest running WPK and MPG kart, running in P4. Right behind him, Titus Roberts on the new gen. So it's 3 different chassis manufacturers and teams running third, fourth, and fifth. That's Caleb Johnson on the Evo running underneath AMAX Racing. Ryan Mort with WPK and MPG. And then Titus Roberts on the new gen chassis, along with the new gen Motorsports group, is running in the 5th spot. So these 3 are battling over the last podium spot. They're trying to see who can join the 2 AMAX racing carts out in front on the Evos of AJ Stoner and Thomas Anthony. As now we watch, as it looks like Ryan Mort was able to get around Caleb Johnson this time by his cross flags. We are halfway. So now Caleb Johnson falls back into the 4th spot. Ryan Mort now up into 3rd. Holding on to the 5th position is still Titus Roberts in P5 New Gen. 5 laps remain for the top 2 of A.J. Stoner and Thomas Anthony as they make their way out of the inside hairpin, making the way down towards the downhill, towards the south side hairpin. Those two have got a good gap. They don't have any contingency for the top 2 spots. We're going to watch, though, is the battle for third. Ryan Mort was able to move up into the 3rd spot, leading Caleb Johnson, Titus Roberts running in the 4th and 5th place, respectively. After that, the 5 lap to go running order is going to be Leland Anderson running in 6th, Dylan Thomas in 7th, Kason Hendrickson in P8, Joseph Vignette in P9, Mason Gallian running in P10, Elam Stoner in the 11th position. So that is your running order so far, with 4 laps to go this time by for your leader of A.J. Stoner. Start on the outside of row number 1, now trying to bring home the win. Just has about 2.5 more laps to go before he can do that. Battle for third continues on with Ryan Mort still leading over Johnson and Roberts, as now it's Roberts able to get around Johnson heading to the south side hairpin. So now count Titus Roberts up into 4th. Caleb Johnson is now falling back into 5th. Two laps to go this time by for A.J. Stoner and Thomas Anthony. A.J. Stoner is able to get around the lapper with ease. I believe that maybe their sibling of Elam Stoner was able to pass him by with no problem. Thomas Anthony had a little bit more of an issue, so whatever chance he had of possibly trying to rekindle what he had leading from the start has gone to the wayside. He was down by a fair bit, but now he's got even more to make up, both about a lap and a half still yet to go. I just don't think it's possible, as we're now going to watch A.J. Stoner make his way across the stripe. White flag in the air, 1 more lap to go for that young man, with Thomas Anthony trying to get himself a piece this afternoon by holding on to P2. Meanwhile, this battle for third continues on, as now Titus Roberts is putting the pressure on to Ryan Mort, who is the running on the last podium spot in P3. Caleb Johnson also right there. He is in contingency to be in the top 3 if something happened with the 2 out in front of him of both Mort followed by Roberts. So we're going to keep an eye on those 2. Meanwhile, your leader, A.J. Stoner, makes his way into the final hairpin, drops down into the oval through the final set of corners. A.J. Stoner takes the win here this afternoon for your 206 Junior Sportsman. Following in P number 2 is going to be Thomas Anthony coming across. Here comes the battle for third, and I believe it's going to be Ryan Mort hanging on to P3. He is going to take the last podium spot, with both Caleb Johnson coming home in 4th, Titus Roberts bringing it home in P number 5. So that does it for a 206 Junior Sportsman. Up next, this is going to be a big one. 206 Senior B Main. Who's going to go home early and who's going to punch their ticket into the show? We are taking 10 and sending the rest home early on the early flight. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere, as we have B Main LCQ Racing still yet to come. 10 laps is the distance for your 206 Senior Group number 2. Stay tuned and watch live on WRP Racing Network. All right, we got 13 lined up, 10 to the main feature, 13 are being on the early train home. Who's going to take it? Your front row, both Adam Maxwell and I believe that is now going to be Mason Green on the outside. Sorry, I'm wrong. That is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that may be Lucas Thornton. As the green flag is out, looks like an outside row is going to now be your leader. Thornton with the great run now leads over Maxwell with Green running in third. Side by side, oh, contact, and around goes Gavin Thornton, 2 up in the air. So now that is Gavin Thornton, I believe. Can't quite get a number on the other 2 who are involved, but they are still tangled up, and it looks like they are now going to be out of the show. Unless a miracle happens, they're able to make up 4 positions along with closing up the distance to the leaders. Let's switch back over to the leaders. It is still Thornton. Is now in P number 2, Adam Maxwell is going to be your leader as they make their way across the stripe. Maxwell out in front. Thornton now into P2. Green into third. P4 is Chris Marchino with Matthew Burpo in 5. Emerson Harrington is running in P6. Dakota Sauter running in P7. Dylan Howerton in 8. Eric Kappas running in P9. Gavin Thornton is the last transfer in the 10th position. So the 2 drivers that were involved along with Gavin Thornton in that incident on the start is Alex Jones and Braden Mayfield find themselves in 11th and 12th, and they are down by a significant margin. Nearly 14 seconds is how much they are down by the gatekeeper of the top 10 going into the show of Gavin Thornton running in 10th. So we're going to continue to watch that not really a whole lot battle to speak of with the 14-second difference between the 2 of them. We're going to watch and see if there's any major battling happening on track, as it looks like Dylan Howerton is now going to go nose to tail with Emerson Harrington running into the 6th position. So those 2 starting to push each other. And it looks like Howerton was able to get around, and Harrington dropped a wheel coming out of the south side hairpin. He now loses not only 1 position to Dylan Howerton, but also to Dakota Sauter, who is running in the 8th position. So count them 2 both up 1 more spot. Leader starting to pull away. Adam Maxwell now holds a very significant margin. About 3.5 seconds is how much he's ahead of Lucas Thornton running in P2. Mason Green close on his tail in the 3rd position with Burpo running in 4th. Chris Marchino rounding out your top 5. Mason Green may have a run here on Lucas Thornton for the 2nd position as they make their way through that final hairpin. It looks like he is not going to take it. He's going to stay in the tow and continue to follow. Those 2 are more than locked in the show. It probably would make sense for them 2 to push together and go nose to tail. You're in the show. You're going to be significantly higher up on the rest of the field. As of now, it looks like they're going to be sitting in the 12th and 13th position when it comes time for the feature. So they may just want to stay there in case anything may happen if they do decide to battle back and forth. Meanwhile, your gatekeeper of Gavin Thornton running in now the 9th position. He is following close on Emerson Harrington, who had that incident that happened on the off coming out of the south side hairpin, as he continues to get a little bit of a push there from Gavin Thornton. Let's see if Thornton's able to get around. Looks like he tried to send him for a pass on the exit of the south side. Was not able to do it, as he is now going to lose a little bit of time. So that battle has now come to a close. As we continue to watch and see, as now looks like Dylan Howerton, he's not done making his way through the field yet. He is now on the back bumper of 5th placement of Chris Marchino. So now it looks like Howerton's going to get around, runs a little wide. He's going to take the spot. So now starting in the 15th position provisionally is going to be Dylan Howerton, with Chris Marchino falling back into 6th. So a little bit of a correction on my part. There's not 10 going to the feature. I still can't count since we had 3 heats with 5 each. That does equal 15 unless my math mistakes me again. So we're going to have 5 transfer to the feature. So right now that is Adam Maxwell, Lucas Thornton, Mason Green, Matthew Burpo, now Dylan Howerton, who bumped out his teammate of Chris Marchino. He is now going to be the gatekeeper to see who's going to transfer into the show. So the top 2 continue to go back and forth of both Lucas Thornton and Mason Green has allowed Matthew Burpo to close up into the frame. So it's a 3-kart battle for the 2nd spot. Not too far back is Howerton, who is the gatekeeper, into the top 5, running in the 5th position. Chris Marchino falling back ever so slightly. So it looks like he is unfortunately not going to make the show this time by. Look for 2 laps to go for your leader, Adam Maxwell, who has now opened up almost an 8-second lead over Lucas Thornton, Mason Green, and Matthew Burpo battling for the 2nd spot. Mason Green is now going to go down one spot. He got passed by Matthew Burpo. Burpo is now up into third. He's got his eyes set on Lucas Thornton. He's trying to go for second. Who is going to start in that 17th position as he is close on the tail. He is tucked into the toe, but he is staying calm, cool, and collective, just working the toe of Thornton running in the second spot. Again, Thornton is more than into the show right now, as a white flag is shown for your leader, Adam Maxwell, who has now opened up nearly a 10-second lead over the rest of the field as he's making his way towards the south side. Second placeman just now crossing the line. Thornton now has got his mirrors full of Matthew Burpo, who is all over the rear deck lid of Lucas Thornton as he makes his way out of that inside hairpin. Mason Green not too far in the picture, and slowly but surely making his way into frame is Dylan Howerton in the 5th spot. As they make the way out of the south side, let's see if they stack up. Looks like Burpo's got to run on Thornton. Is it going to stick all the way through? They're going to hit the chip, and now he is going to start to push just a little bit on Thornton. Coming out of the sweeper, is he going to pass on the inside, or is he going to wait? It looks like he is going to wait. That is some mature driving right there. He knows he's in the show. He would rather take it across the line in third. So that is going to be our transfer spots making their way through. So count them into the show. Maxwell is going to be starting in the 60th position with Lucas Thornton in 17th. Matthew Burpo will start 18th next to Dylan Howerton in the 19th spot. And Mason Green is going to round out your field for the feature this afternoon for 206 Senior in the 20th position. Up next, we still have more features still yet to come. Forest Cycle Novice is about to make their way out on track, which means Micro Mini needs to be up on grid B, Micro Mini to grid B. 206 Junior needed to be up on grid A on pre-grid, and after that we'll go to 206 Senior A main will be up on deck on grid B. Micro and Mini is about to go out. Micro Mini is about to go out, which means we're going to need 206 Junior. 206 Junior, please be on grid A. You're going to go out when Micro Mini is concluded. 206 Junior to grid A. 206 Senior A main, you're going to be up on pre-grid on green grid B. Yamahas and KAs, you are up on deck on grid A. Green flag is out for your micros that are first ones across the stripe. That is going to be led by Kason Hendrickson. Now the green flag is out for your minis. That is going to be led by Caleb Johnson to make their way across the stripe. So now we're going to watch and see what Kason Hendrickson can do. And following him is going to be Asher Ferris running in the second spot. Oh, a little bit of contact there between Asher Ferris and Austin Taylor as they make their way down to the stripe. Austin Taylor is now going to be in the second spot, with Asher Ferris now going to settle into third as those two start to space themselves back out. Kason Hendrickson putting on a good show right now, opening up a huge margin between second and third. That is between both Taylor and Ferris as they make their way towards the final corner. Yet again, one more lap of the books, 14 more to go at the line as we watch Kason Hendrickson start to pull away from the field. Meanwhile, for your micros, Caleb Johnson continues the lead for that group. Also, if anyone has a hotel car key that is missing right now, that was found at the grandstands. If anyone's missing a hotel car key or key card, it was found in the grandstands located to the south side of the timing tower. If you missed it, make your way up to the timing tower to claim it, please. Thank you. As we continue to watch your micros and your minis, pretty straightforward right now. The closest battle is happening right now between Asher Ferris and Austin Taylor. Looks like it is now still Austin Taylor in front of Asher Ferris to make the way across the stripe. As they make their way down towards inside hairpin, those two can pretty much stay about where they are right about now. Meanwhile, Casey Hendrickson in the top car has opened up a huge margin over the rest of the field. Now about 7, almost 8 seconds he holds between himself and Caleb Johnson and Austin Taylor running in P number 2. As we're about to send it over to our next race right now, we got another big group, 206 Junior. 206 Junior need to be on A grid. You're about to go out here in about 5 laps remaining with micro minis, and once that's over, we're going to send you guys out for 206 Junior. 206 Senior A-Main is going to be out after that on pre-grid. You're going to be on grid B. Yamahas and KAs, Junior and Senior, are going to be up on deck on grid A. Following is going to be 206 Master, and then Collegiate GP rounding out today's activities here at beautiful Whiteland Raceway Park. Halfway this time by for your micros and minis, it's still Casey Hendrickson way out in front, now holding on to a 10-second lead over second placeman of Austin Taylor and Asher Ferris, running in the second and third spot respectively, as those two continue to go back and forth, battling it out for the second spot for your micro class as they make their way across the stripe. It is still Austin Taylor ahead of Asher Ferris as they make their way across the stripe. So those two continue on as we are now looking at about 5 laps to go this time by for your leader of Casey Hendrickson, putting on a master class and pulling away from the rest of the field. All he's got to do is ease on down for 5 more laps, and he will take the win here this afternoon for your micros. All right, we're going to see if we can't do a quick track walk down here, grid walk. That is AJ Ludd, you've been close all season long. I think you're closest you're going to be right now on the outside row number 1. What's your plan here for action?
We got to slot in behind Dane and work from there, make a pass, final 5 laps, and get it done from there.
All right, there it is. AJ Ludd, outside row number 1. Your pole sitter, Dane Van Dyke, you're about to get going here. That's been a close season all weekend long. You've been working with Charlie Steins. How are you going to do this one real quick?
I'm just going to try to go as fast as possible and keep these guys behind me.
There it is. He's going to go fast as possible. Keep behind him. There's your 206 junior about to make the way out on track. All righty, about to go away of your first of 2 feature events this afternoon. Your Briggs 206 Junior about to get underway. We talked to the top 2 on the front row of Dane Van Dyke and AJ Ludd. They're going to start in the first and second position with Van Dyke on pole. AJ Ludd outside of row number 1. Riley Baldwin will start in P number 3, right next to Charlie Steins, the man who has been dominant all season long. Everyone's trying to chase him down. P5 is going to go to Micah Garrett, someone else who is hungry for that podium this year. They've been starting in the 5th position. They also are in a good opportunity to try to follow Riley Baldwin up to that front group. Braden Rudder, someone who we've seen progressively make their way up the field, will start in the 6th position. Look for them to possibly get into the top 3 this afternoon. Lane Gibbs starts in P7. And it's going to be Colin Burles starting in P number 8. Kyler Peebles in P9. Maddox Hopper will start in 10th. Ethan Williams starts in the 11th position, right next to Eduardo Rubles in 12th. 13 is going to go to Malcolm Hollowell. Lucien Laser is going to round out the field in the 14th position. We got them stacked, ready to go. Let's see if we can't get that green here soon, as we're going to watch the top 2 of Dane Van Dyke and AJ Ludd lead the field around to bring them to the green flag, hopefully next time by, for this 15-lap feature event here at beautiful Whiteland Raceway Park. All righty, here's the first attempt at a green flag. Charlie Steins is in the 4th position. He's the one that everyone's been trying to beat. Dane Van Dyke on pole. AJ Ludd to the outside. Green flag in the air. How are they going to stack out? To the inside of turn number 1. And it looks like Ludd's going to slot right behind Van Dyke like it told us he was going to do. Those two now news to tail. Meanwhile, Riley Baldwin all over the place. He is now getting shuffled back 3 wide coming down into turn number 2, and they're still hustling and tussling to the inside hairpin. A little wide is going to be shunted. It looks like that may be, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that may have been Charlie Steins got pushed a little wide, maybe Maddox Hopper, one of the two, but there's a top 3 breakaway right now. Out in front, Dane Van Dyke. P2 is going to be AJ Ludd. Charlie Steins is now going to sit into P3. Whoa, we got one turned around. That is Micah Garrett, I believe, gets turned. Going into turn 1, may have locked the brakes up. He was in a good position running in 4th. But again, the bad luck strikes again, and he's going to have to find himself in the back of the field, trying to see if he can't make up a couple positions. Looks like we did have a yellow in the south side hairpin as the top 3 are now bunched up nose to tail. This is when it gets interesting. AJ Ludd out in front now. He is leading. Right in front or behind him is Dane Van Dyke. Following is Charlie Steins, a man who has put on an expert show. As there's a little bit of contact there, second on back. Looks like Van Dyke got in the back of AJ Ludd. Charlie Steins did as well. I think Ludd's trying to bunch up the field. He wants more competition between those two, trying to give himself some breathing space, but I don't think it's going to happen. He's got a little bit of a gap between Charlie Steins running in 3rd, what appears to be Riley Baldwin in 4th. Braden Rudder inside the top 5 right behind him. Yellows are still out for the south side hairpin as they make their way through. Single file are the top 3 as they make their way to Daytona Corner. Van Dyke all over the back bumper of Ludd, giving a big old push going through the crossover. Coming out of the sweeper, here comes Steins. He's got a motor on that Kart. He's got top end for days. I think he's geared way lower than the 2 out in front of him, so he struggles to the tighter parts of the track. But man, does he pull when it comes from the exit of the south side hairpin all the way to that last hairpin. Just got a motor on that Kart, able to put on almost looks like a turbocharger, just drive right up to the top 2 as we still continue to watch. Ludd out in front, Van Dyke and P2, Lapper out in the distance. Looks like the Lapper's going to take the normal racing line through Daytona Corner. This may be a bit of an issue for the 2 leaders through the crossover, over that little bit of a bump. Coming down, a little bit of contact there between the Lapper and the top 3. They're all going to maintain position. Lapper's now going to go wide, let the top 3 go by. Ludd still out in front over Van Dyke and P2. Steins running in 3rd. Here comes Baldwin and company. Right behind him is Braden Rudder inside the top 5 as they're going to try to work themselves around the Lapper. Lapper's going to let him go, and it looks like they're going to make up just a little bit more time. It's Braden Rudder now getting caught up behind the lap cart. He's going to have to sit on the inside of the south side hairpin. He's not able to get it done, so now that's going to be more breathing space for Riley Baldwin, but at the same time, he's lost his pushing buddy. That's who's going to help him catch back up to the top 3, and due to the fact that Rudder's struggling to get around the Lapper, it's now going to cause just a little bit of a backup there for him, as meanwhile Braden Rudder may be under attack here shortly from Cohen Burles, running in what appears to be the 6th position overall, as we're going to now watch the top 3. AJ Ludd, Van Dyke, Steins running in 3rd. Steins has been the dominant driver all season long here for the 206 Junior. I think both Ludd and Van Dyke, they want their time to shine. They want the first one of the season as they continue to push each other, coming through the crossover now, the sweeper, and already AJ Ludd defends coming out of turn number 4 or 5. Let's make their way into the oval now through the quick little short shoot onto the main straightaway. Ludd right in front of Van Dyke. Steins running in 3rd. Meanwhile, Riley Baldwin, his drafting partner, slowly closing back up. Braden Rudder, who is still running in the 5th spot, was able to get around the Lapper, but that has cost them all sorts of time, and they are not quite close enough to catch back up to the top 3 out in front just yet, unless something major happens between the top 3, which, as we've seen so far, is a very strong possibility if these 3 don't keep their heads straight as they now make their way. Here comes Van Dyke on the inside. Ludd tries to close the door. A little bit of contact there. Now Steins is going to close back up. Steins has got a wheelful right now. He is battling that Kart, struggling to keep underneath him. Looks loose as he is now going to make his way through the inside hairpin, just ever so slightly trailing off of the top 2 of both Ludd and Van Dyke as they make their way to the south side hairpin. A little bit of contact there in the mid-pack. Looks like a little bit of pushing and bumping there from what appears to be Cohen Burles, Lane Gibbs, and Ethan Williams all had a little bit of contact there on each other. So that's going to break up that family a little bit. They're not going to have any chance of catching back up to the 2 out in front of both Riley Baldwin and Braden Rudder as it's now halfway across the line. Ludd, Van Dyke, nose to tail. Steins continues to fall off in 3rd. Baldwin starting to edge back up on Charlie Steins. Let's see if he might have a possibility of getting a podium here this afternoon if he can continue this pace. But meanwhile, Braden Rudder, man, he's a different driver today. He is catching back up from what he lost there with the lap cart on Baldwin. he may be in a possibility to try to see if he can't push Baldwin back up to the top 3 and possibly get on the podium steps here this afternoon. Here comes Van Dyke on the inside, tries on Ludd. Ludd tries a crossover, can't get it done. He goes straight to the back bumper, continues to push across the stripe. It is 6 laps to go, 5 to go next time by. This time by, 5 laps to go. Dane Van Dyke continues to lead out in front over A.J. Ludd, running in second. Right behind him in third, Charlie Steins is starting to lose pace to leaders. Meanwhile, here comes Braden Rudder in 5th, slowly closing up to Riley Baldwin, running in the 4th spot. So if these two may be able to get together and put a little bit of a show on for us, I don't think they're going to have enough to catch back up to the leaders, but they are definitely closing in on each other. Meanwhile, your 3rd placeman, Charlie Steins, I guess he can't be dominant all season long. Not everyone can be perfect from the start as he has now fallen off the pack of the leaders. Here comes Ludd trying on the inside of Steins. A little bit of contact, but they're going to make it through across the line this time. It is now 4 laps to go at the stripe, and they're going to go side by side. Ludd on the inside, Ludd on the outside, as it looks like Van Dyke got pushed just a little too wide, falls back 1 spot. A little aggressive there from the top 2. A little bit of a push there from Van Dyke onto Ludd going into the south side hairpin. Not quite sure if that was him trying to maybe catch up a couple of tenths there, or if maybe he wasn't too happy with that move that was made on him. I think one person who's going to be enjoying this is Charlie Steins running in 3rd. He fell off the pace, but he has slowly started to edge back up. Through that hairpin one more time. Now coming through the oval. 3 laps to go at the line, 2 to go next time. 1 and 2, still Ludd, followed by Van Dyke. Van Dyke is in the tow of your leader of A.J. Ludd. How's these two going to pan out? Actually, overall, looking at the timesheet, it looks like Riley Baldwin in 4th is definitely starting to close back up to the top 3. If they continue to hustle and tussle like this, we could easily see a 4-car battle for the lead if they're not able to keep it clean. Out of the sweeper, here comes Van Dyke trying to pass back on Ludd. Ludd's going to have him, let him have it. Tries for a possible side-by-side across the line. 2 laps to go at the stripe. Ludd tries to get a nose in, pops a wheel up on the curb, loses a little bit of time, but he is only down by about a 1/4 of a car length. He continues to battle back and forth. He is in the tow of the leader of Van Dyke as they make their way into the south side hairpin. So it's going to be Dan Van Dyke or A.J. Ludd as they make their way out of the south side hairpin heading towards Daytona. Van Dyke out in front, Ludd in the tow. Steins is not too far out of the picture. He is right there if there's something major in the top 2. Through the sweeper, coming down to the stripe. No one defending yet. Van Dyke taking the normal racing line. A.J. Ludd continues to follow, this time across the stripe. White flag in the air, 1 more to go. Will it be Dane Van Dyke? Will it be A.J. Ludd? Or will it be Charlie Steins trying to go for a perfect season? The top 2 continue to go back and forth. Lapper is in the distance, and we're going to find out about a half a lap how this is going to pan out. Through the south side for the final time. It is Van Dyke ahead of Ludd. Through Daytona, it looks like Ludd's got a little bit of a run. Let's see if he can carry it over through the sweeper. Out of the sweeper, coming down to the hairpin. Can Ludd make a lunge? He cannot. Van Dyke defends, and it is now going to be a new winner for 206 Junior. Dane Van Dyke takes the win across the stripe in a side-by-side photo finish. A.J. Ludd comes across in P2. Charlie Steins gets knocked off of the perfect season he's had so far here at Whiteland to finish in P3. Riley Baldwin comes across in P4, and what I believe for the first top 5 in their career, Braden Rudder is going to bring it home in P number 5 for Top Kart USA. Lane Gibbs comes across in P6. Cone Burles comes across in P7. Kyler Peebles in 8. Ethan Williams in 9th. Malcolm Hollowell rounds out the top 10. That was your 206 Junior, but we still got more to go. 206 Senior, your mainline feature event is yet to come here next, live on WRP, your racing network. All right, here comes the main event for the afternoon. Your 206 Senior A main about to get underway. We got them stacked, 20 on track, and only one is going to take home that top podium spot. So let's see how this one's going to pay out. After that, we're going to have our Yamahas and KAs. You'll be up on grid A. Yamahas and KAs up on grid A. You're going to be up on grid. 206 Master will be up on pre-grid, and Collegiate GP will be up on deck. Well, before then, let's get this highlight event underway this afternoon. Your top two making the way down to complete their first flying lap is going to be Levi Wilbur starting on pole position. Next to him is going to be Evan McCorkadale. Starting at P number 3 is going to be Eli Fox with P4 of Adam Dietz. Jared Howerton starts at P5 next to Troy Toney. BJ Shaw starts at P6 next to Matt Geist in 7th. Brady Sapfield will start in P number 9 next to Desi Pedregon in 10th. Tyler Kearns will start in the 11th spot next to Caden Taylor in P12. And the rest of your field of Eric Spilling in 13th. Spencer Schmidt, 14th. Braden Johnson, 15th. Adam Maxwell, 16th. Matthew Burpo, Mason Green, Dylan Howerton round out your field for your 206 Senior A main event. Well, let's see how this one goes as a green flag is in the air down into turn number 1. It looks like it's going to be McCorkadale rolling the outside line. Adam Dietz tried to follow, but he is now going to actually come up into a little bit of a bump up, and now Here comes the rest of the field all over the place. Oh, looks like Mason Green spins it around. I believe Adam Dietz may have a mechanical as he has come to a stop, and now he is getting out of his cart. That is very unfortunate to see here this afternoon. He was going to be a major contender this afternoon, but now he is only going to have to watch from the sidelines, as that's a heartbreak for Adam Dietz, who was probably going to put on a good show here at the top three, who are making their way out of that big old sweeper coming down into the final hairpin. That is being led by Evan McCorkadale. Wilbur running in P number 2. Foxy in the third spot for a little bit of a break. And it looks like, I believe that is Troy Toney running in the 4th position, but he's got all sorts of experience from behind him. Here comes Matt Geist, and pushing him is Jared Howerton. They're going to muscle their way up into the top 4. They're going to go 4th and 5th of both. That is going to be Geist now up into 4th. And Jared Howerton was able to get around Troy Toney. Goes into P5. Troy Toney falls back down into the 6th position, as your top 3 still have a decent-sized lead. Wilbur, McCorkadale, 1 and 2, with McCorkadale out in front over Wilbur. 3rd spot goes to Eli Fox, who is there but not quite close enough, as now Howerton is able to get around Matt Geist. He's moved himself up one more spot. Here comes Troy Toney trying to run back down the top 2. Meanwhile, BJ Shaw and company is closing up slowly to that battle. That is BJ Shaw leading Tyler Kearns, Brayton Johnson, Adam Maxwell, Desi Pedregon, and Braden Sappenfield. So they are all in a train right now, and this is when the 206 racing gets intense. When they're close together, who knows what's going to happen, as it looked like Howerton reached back behind his engine, looked right into the eyes of Matt Geist to say, hey, we got to push. We want to catch back up to the top 3. They can do it if they're smart about it. Meanwhile, a little slicing and dicing. Here comes Adam Maxwell, able to get around his teammate Brayton Johnson. He's going to tuck in right behind Brady Sappenfield, so he's going to move himself up. Now it looks to be, if I'm not mistaken, into the 12th position as they continue to go nose and tail back and forth across the stripe. So they're all breaking up all over track. You got your top 3 pulling away, and then you have that second main pack being led by Jared Howerton, Matt Geist, Adam Maxwell, BJ Shaw, Troy Toney, Kearns, Johnson, Pedregon, Sappenfield, Howerton, and Spilling. It's a train of karts battling it out for the 4th position. Top 3 all but locked in of Wilbur, McCorkadale, and Fox. But how are they going to stack up inside the top 3? 4 laps are in. We got 16 more to go. Let's watch and see if this second pack of Jared Howerton and Matt Geist can lead them up to that main group. They're trying to get a little bit of separation between themselves and Troy Toney, who is running back. Actually, now I think that's Adam Maxwell, who is running back in the 6th position, followed by BJ Shaw and Tyler Kearns. They have the potential if they're just smart about it. You got to be smart if you want the chance to close back up to the front. Top 3 give each other a little bit of a push there as the top 2 of Wilbur, McCorkadale. McCorkadale again running in the lead, with Wilbur running in 2nd. And that train of karts being led across the line. That is Howerton, Geist, and Troy Toney are all putting on a mega show. BJ Shaw having another good weekend. He had some bad luck last week. He made the show, but he was out within the first 3 or 4 laps. Now he finds himself well inside the top 10, trying to see if he can't possibly make his way up to that front group as they make their way now through Daytona Corner. As Howerton continues to lead, it looks like he's starting to pull away ever so slightly from Matt Geist, running in the 5th position. Top 3 making their way through that final hairpin, through the drop down of the oval and across the stripe. 14 laps to go at the line. We are 4 laps until halfway, and we're going to continue to watch these battles happening all over track. They got a little bit stagnant. If there's any updates, we're going to keep you guys up to date on what's happening live on the WRP Racing Network. Side-by-side action continues on, as now they're going to go door-to-door. Maxwell went door-to-door. He was trying to get around Matt Geist, who is now up into the 4th position, but it was not able to happen. He has to settle in. Sorry, Matt Geist is in the 5th position. Jared Howerton is still in 4th. Adam Maxwell running in 5th. Right behind them, Troy Toney maintaining that 6th position so far, and right behind him It was his teammate, but now they're going to go door to door through Daytona. 2x2 doesn't work on exit. Will they make it stick? Somehow they do, and it looks like it's Kearns coming out on top. Here comes Maxwell on the inside for 5th. He's able to get around. Maxwell goes up to P5. Howerton still holds on to 4th, and here comes Matt Geist. Now has got a little bit of a toe there from Adam Maxwell. Let's see if he's able to hold on to it, as it looks like we have one stopped, and I'm afraid it is BJ Shaw. The bad luck continues. He had a good run today inside the top 10, finds himself beached in the final corner. That is heartbreaking to see, but hopefully can make up a couple more positions. There's always next week, and his time will shine. It just may take a little bit of time as we watch the top 2 make the way across the stripe. Halfway this time by, 10 laps to go. Wilbur now out in front over McCorkindale running a P2. Eli Fox still in 3rd. He needs just a little bit more to catch back up to the top 2. 4th place still goes to Jared Howerton, with now Adam Maxwell running in 5th. And right behind him is Matt Geist. And then you get to, I believe that's Tyler Kearns, followed by Brayton Johnson. And right behind Johnson is going to be Troy Toney, running in the 7th position. So that is your top 7. And 8th is actually going to go to Braden Sapfield. 9th is Dylan Howerton. And your top 10 rundown at halfway is going to be Desi Pedregon in the 10th spot. Six laps to go at the line. It is Levi Wilbur ahead of McCorkindale. 1 and 2 nose to tail. Eli Fox still maintaining 3rd. Here comes 4th and 5th. Maxwell leading. That is Howerton. Jared Howerton running in the 5th position. Then you get to Brayton Johnson in 6th. Matt Guy 7th. Looks like Tyler Kearns in 8th. Brady Sappenfield in 9th. Troy Toney in the 10th position. So that is your top 10 rundown. We're going to continue to watch the leaders and see if anything is to happen. But it looks like Levi Wilbur, trying to go back-to-back wins here at Whiteland Raceway Park, has opened up about a 4, maybe 5 car length advantage over McCorkindale, running into the 2nd spot. Meanwhile, Eli Fox has had a good run, but I think he's going to have to plateau in 3rd. With 5 laps to go, down by about 4 or 5 car lengths. He's still got some time to make up. Meanwhile, Brady Sappenfield in the 9th position is struggling to get around Tyler Kearns. I think he's got a little bit more speed into that final hairpin, but Kearns just holds that inside line beautifully as they go through the drop down of the oval. I think he may get a little frustrated here soon, as he has gone lap after lap for about 4 or 5 laps trying to get around Kearns. But Kearns, man, he hasn't done anything wrong. He has stayed quick, and he just rolls that line so much better than Brady has. Brady's just going to have to maybe get a little bit more out of it in that hairpin if he wants to try to make up one more spot for 8th. Let's see if he can make it work this time by. Deep in the brakes. I think this time it's going to stick. There's a major crossover from Kearns. Can he get it done? He does not, but he now goes the back bumper Sappenfield. And now Tyler Kearns is going to get a little bit of help there from Troy Toney, who is all over his teammate's back bumper, trying to see if he can't push him back around the I-cart of Brady Sappenfield. Meanwhile, your leaders making the way through the crossover. It's still a huge lead for Levi Wilbur, who's coming up now on 3 laps to go as they make their way down into the drop down of the oval, coming across the stripe. It looks like Wilbur holding on to about a second, maybe about a second and a half over second placement of Evan McCorkadale. Eli Fox still comfortably in that third position, but he is getting reeled in ever so slightly by both Maxwell and Jared Howerton running in the fourth and fifth position. Those two have been following each other relatively closely, but they are making their way towards the top three. This time by, it's going to be 2 sticks up in the air, 2 laps to go for your leader of Levi Wilbur. How's it going to pan out? He has got one lapper out in front that looks to be Green just out in front of him, so I think he's going to be able to get around with a little bit of ease as he makes his way through. Looks like blue flag has been shown to Green. Green's going to let him go by. Great sportsmanship on his half. And now let's see if both McCorkadale or Foxy has anything for him, as it looks like Eli Fox maybe starting to crank it up to a 10 as he is reeling in the second placement of McCorkadale. He may be trying to get that silver medal this afternoon as he's got about a lap and a half more to go. Your leader of Wilbur now through Daytona Corner, making the way down towards the sweeper, coming up in the final hairpin. And it looks like McCorkadale got held up by Green just a little bit. It was a bad opportunity for a pass. He decided to wait, but now he has got Eli Fox up on the wheel and in the tow. Let's see if Foxy in the third position is going to be able to reel McCorkadale, trying to see if he can't put himself up on that second step. Up the hill they go. Fox all over the back bumper, coming up in the south side hairpin. Look for a pop down here. He attempts it. Is there a crossover from McCorkadale? McCorkadale goes wide. He gets a good run of momentum. He loses a spot, but I think he gained some RPM. Now into the toe of Fox, straight to the back bumper. Huge shove through the crossover, making the way through the sweeper. Fox defends the inside. Meanwhile, the checker flag is going to go. Oh, contact! Fox got turned around. Their winner is going to be Levi Wilbur, and Fox loses a handful of positions with McCorkadale coming across in P2. Jared Howerton comes across on the top, or on the step to finish in third. And how about that for your top three? Wilbur, McCorkadale, and Howerton. Your top three. Actually, I think it may be Maxwell up onto the third step. A little bit of trouble there from timing and scoring. I think Maxwell held on to third, and Howerton came across fourth. So how about that for your 206 senior feature event? Up next, we still got more to go. Yamahas and KA is about to take on track on grid A. 206 Master needs to be up on pre-grid on grid B. And then Collegiate GP will be up on deck on grid A. We're about to get on track here shortly for your Yamahas and KA Junior and Senior. After that, we're going to go to your 206 Master, needs to be up on grid, and Collegiate GP will be up on pre-grid. coming up on 6 laps to go here for your KA 100 junior and senior classes to make their way across the line. There's going to be 6 more laps to go for your leader out in front, who appears to be, if I'm not mistaken, that is Piercy out in front. Actually, correction, I believe that is Osborne who is leading the way across the line. Actually, I was right the first time. It was Piercy out in front, leading the way with 6 laps to go. It's going to be 5 to go next time by. Up next is going to be your 206 Master. 206 Master is going to be up next on grid B. And after that on pre-grid, and the final race of the day is going to be the Collegiate GP up on pre-grid on grid B. White flag is out for your overall leader of Daniel Piercy, who is making his way around for the final lap here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Just about a half a lap to go, and he will take the checkered and the win here this afternoon for your KA 100 senior class. As he now makes his way into the final hairpin one more time, dropping down to the oval, and it looks like he is going to be untouched through the exit. Daniel Piercy is going to take the win here at Whiteland Raceway Park for a clean win this afternoon. And up next to the second to last feature event this afternoon is going to be your 206 Master event. They're going to get going here shortly once we bring in all the KAs and Yamahas. Following that is going to be your Collegiate GP feature event, both of which, your 206 Master and Collegiate, will be 15 laps in distance.
Speed Masters is on track now, which means Collegiate Kart, if you are not on grid, please head your way there. You have just 14 laps remaining before we send you out on track next. Collegiate Kart to the grid. Again, Collegiate Kart, if you are not on the grid, please make your way there now. We'd hate for you to miss your race.
Alrighty, we're going to take a little bit of a break as we're going to do some track repairs here, so it's going to be a little bit of time before we get you guys back going. Again, we're going to take a little bit of a break to repair the track. We're going to get back going here as soon as we can.